Good morning, everyone, and welcome to my channel this morning. Sorry for starting late. It was a technical hitch. Actually, I've been here before 10, but I had some technical issues to sort. So we've started our study work productivity time. We'll still be using the 50-10 Pomodoro techniques. So we'll be focusing for 50 minutes of work. Then we go straight to the mindful break. The twist here is that I'll be speaking on how to improve your retention and recall ability during the breaks. So if you are a student or you are a researcher handling a lot of information, I will say you should stay with me. Let's work together and get it sorted, and you will see your brain working better. You will see your memory improve and your focus improved. Especially for the students, you will see the difference this will make on your grades and your results. So for every 10 minutes of the break, I'll be speaking on all the techniques. I'll be speaking one after the other, the techniques you can use to improve your retention ability and your recall ability, and how to even make your recall sharper. So it will go this way. We started 10, so by 10:50 I will start speaking again, which is the time I will let you know what all the types of memories we have and how to store information in your memory. We started this yesterday, but I will still give a little refresher during the break. Then for every break it goes that way. The next break will be 10:50, another one 11:50, another one 12:50, 1:50, 2:50, 3:50. So that's how it goes. So during that 10 minutes of mindful break, if you have been working with me, I will encourage you to go for your break, or you can listen in and take a break from whatever work you are doing, because you deserve it after you have focused on your work, because here we are using sprint time to improve our focus. During the sprint time, please minimize chat and let us just work on the tasks that we have chosen. If you are joining me, you can choose 3 tasks you want to achieve in the day, write them down, and let's work on it. During the sprint time, put your mind, your focus, your energy to whatever you are working on. And during the break, get as much students to register as possible. It's free. And what I'm teaching you, they are practical tips. They are things that I've tried. They are things that I've taught to others and it worked for them. And how does that work? It works by you learning how best you can learn, and how best to store the information, and how best to improve your recall. Because as a student, what you need is to know how to learn first. Then you need to know how to retain the information, which is you storing it in your memory, from the short term to the from the sensory to the short to the long term memory, and you being able to recall it when it matters. So these are the things that we'll be looking at throughout today. It's a 6 hours study workspace. So if you are working during the time, it will be quiet. You see everybody focused on their work, and during the break it's time for me to chat. So I'll be here giving that tip out each time, and please grab it as much as you can, and you will see your grade change. I mean, it will change. I'm not the smartest in my class, I don't believe so, but I came on top of the class. I was the best in my class, in my faculty, and it has been so, not because, but it's because I have learned to study smart. So you need to learn how to work smart and study smart, so you have left over time for you to spend on other things that you like doing. So we started the work, we started the sprint time, and I wish you a very productive day today. I will call you again when it's 10:50. It's our break time now, so let's talk about improving our memory and improving retention and your recall ability. Let's see how much we can improve our ability to recall the things that we've learned or the things that you're studying. So if you are a student and you are here, please, you can invite your friends, you can share the live. So for at every break time, we'll be speaking on this. We'll be talking on how to improve your recall ability and how to improve your retention, because this is what you need to pass. That's what you need to improve your grade. That is what you need to move forward in life. It doesn't end with just passing. It doesn't end with just changing your grade. Maybe you were having DE, and now because you've learned how to manipulate things, you get to A each time, or even A1. Let's just look at it as something that will be a lifelong improvement for you, because at this point, if you learn how to study and learn how to recall, you will be able to apply whatever you've learned. So I will start by explaining the memory, what the memory is and how it works, the types of memory, because that's the foundation of you learning. That is the foundation of you being able to store information, and that's the foundation of you being able to retrieve or recall whatever you've read. It's not all about reading and reading, maybe working hard. Working hard is good. I don't stand against working hard. It's something very good, but you need to learn to work smart. It's not all about going to read it and read again. There is need for you to be able to retain what you've read and to be able to recall it when it matters most. So I'm just going to run down through it. If you have any question, you can put it in the chat. Later I will respond to you. So the first thing we need to learn is the different systems that your brain pass information through to get into your long-term memory. So we have the sensory memory. That's just that memory that you use. Maybe as you are browsing, you keep going through things. You know, yes, I've passed through a post. You don't even know what it is, but you saw that post. So that's just the sensory. It stores information like for a split second to 4 seconds, and that is why most things that they are doing now, people wants to capture your attention within 3 seconds so they don't lose it. That's the sensory, and it's very important because it serves as a filter for you to know, okay, this one matters, this one I should pay attention to this or not. So it's just like a sieve. Then after that, we have the short-term memory. The short-term memory serves like your notepad. It's like the brain notepad where it will put information, then look at it again, try to make a meaning out of it. At this point, it's trying to filter what to store and what not to store, because it's the brain doesn't store information, all information equally. No. At this point, when it gets to your short-term memory, which lasts like from 15 to 30 seconds, that is the time that decision is made whether you are to store it or not. And at this point in time, if you don't pay attention to whatever information by revisiting it or maybe reviewing it, you see, you tend to forget it. And it is something very should I say very disappointing that most things that we learn within 24 hours, if you did not review it, no matter how much you learn, no matter how should I say hardworking you were in getting this, you're going to lose up to 70% of it. And that is a fact. And I'm not here to tell you the things that are written in literature, the things that are written in books. I'm telling you the things that has been tested, I have tested, and I've taught to others, and it worked for them. So if you have a child, you have a brother or sister that's struggling with academics, that's struggling to learn, that's struggling to retain, it's not that they are should I say they are done. It's not as if they don't understand things, but maybe they are studying the wrong way. So you can bring them close, or you listen and let them know to join next time. If they have a question, they can actually ask at this point in time. So for you to retain information that you can recall after a long time, you need to process it and move it from the short-term memory to the long-term memory. And for you to achieve this, there are stages, there are things that must be done for you to achieve this. One, you will need active engagement with whatever you've learned, whatever you studied, whatever you've been taught, whatever you saw. So you need active engagement at this point in time. Not only active engagement, you will need rest. But let's look at the active engagement first before we go to the rest aspect of it. So for the active engagement, what you need is repetition. I will tell you the type of repetition it is. It's not every repetition that works. Then you will need, after the repetition, you will need to teach it to others. You will need attention. You will need to pay attention to it, because it's your attention that everything on this earth is dragging, you know. People that are calling you, they are looking for your attention. The screen, they are looking for your attention. The book is looking for your attention. So your attention is also what is needed. So first is repetition. Second is attention. And the third is very important, emotional connection. So if these three things are present as you study, you will see it will be easier for you to recall whatever you've learned. But if these three things, if you don't go through these three, you will struggle. Then I'll still have to teach you how you go about the three. The first one, which is the repetition, the active engagement. The repetition we are talking about is not you going back to read and reread, or telling somebody that was teaching you, please, can you tell me that again? Please, can you know, some people, me, I've taught from, should I say, I've been blessed to teach from secondary school to the university. I've seen a lot. I've taught adult learners, I've taught children. So I understand that there are some people that they struggle. So I know I'm speaking from experience. You will see some people, they will be asking you, please, can you say that again? Please, can you repeat it? Repeating it and repeating it wouldn't make it stick. But it is important that you repeat it. But what's the technique that you should use to repeat whatever you've learned, or to revisit it, or to review it, or to rehearse if it is maybe those that are singing? What you should use is spaced repetition. Spaced repetition, how does it work? You should make it that you repeat or you rehearse or review with this as it goes. You distance the spacing, which means after you are out of the class or you finish reading, you should give it a time, maybe after 1 hour, because your brain, every human brain, is meant to forget things that doesn't matter, things that do not, should I say, that has no connection to whatever you are doing. It goes down, so it goes like a curve down. So if you repeat the rehearsal or the revision when it is going down, it makes it go up again, so you return it at that. But you need to space it. The first time, maybe 1 hour later, or maybe 1 day later. If you did it 1 day, don't do it tomorrow. Give it 2 more days. That's at the 3rd day, repeat it again. Then shift it to 7 days. Then after 7 days from that 3 days, then after 7 days, you go 14 days. That's how to space it. If you keep going on and on and on rereading, do you know what you've achieved? What you have achieved is just you getting familiar with what you have studied. You are getting familiar. It tricks your brain into thinking, oh, I've learned this, without knowing that actually you didn't learn anything. What you have just gotten is familiar with what you are learning. But let me just run through this, because next break I will still continue talking about this. So the next thing you should do after the repetition, the spaced repetition, is for you to try to recall whatever you've read. After reading, after the revision, recall what you've read. Try to remember. Close the book. Stop asking the question. Try to recall the things that you've studied. If you're able to do it, then okay. If you're not able to do it, you can go back to the book, open it, study it, because now you already know, oh, I didn't get what I read. It will help you to pick out key points in whatever you are reading. But if you're able to recall whatever you read, which happens with practice over time, because your brain is a living machine. Your brain is a very high functional machine. If you keep practicing this, with time you might see yourself, you just read once, you can recall it. But don't end it at that part. Once you're able to recall what you've read, the next step is for you to take your pen and paper. Don't forget what I'm saying now. Always take your pen and paper and write. So you write it down. When you write down what you've read, it makes it stick. It keeps it there. So I'll be speaking to you again when it's 11:50. So we continue with the techniques you use to improve your retention and improve your recall ability, which eventually, I'm very sure that the difference in your results, in your grade will be very big. So see you again. I'll be speaking 11:50. Join me as we study. So I'm studying now. It's the focus sprint time. Make every minute count. We've come to the end of the second sprint time, so it's time for us to talk about our topic today, our break discussion on how to improve our memory, how to improve our retention, how to improve our recall ability. So if you have been there with me and it's break time, so you are free now to walk around, get yourself things that makes you happy, drink water, you can take a walk, you can take a breather. So whatever that works for you during this break, but just take a break from whatever you are doing, from whatever work you are doing. It's expected after working this long that you take a break. Your mind works better in sprint seasons. That short time of focus, of concentration, then you give your brain a break. So we were talking about how to improve our retention and how to improve our recall ability. So we talked about the different memories. Like the first one we said was the sensory, the second one was the short-term memory, and the third one, which is very important to us, is the long-term memory. That's your permanent storage system, the permanent storage system in your brain. And let me just let you know that this particular storage is limitless. I mean, the capacity can take as much as you can put in it, as much as you can store in it, but that depends on how trained your brain is, how much you have exercised your brain. Just like any other muscles, you should exercise your brain to help it to grow, to help it to strengthen it. And as you strengthen it, it will be easier for you to store and retrieve information. We talked about how to take things from your short-term memory to the long-term memory, which is what we need as students, as researchers, as those that are lifelong learners like me. If you're a lifelong learner, somebody that wants to learn for a very long time, you want to be active, you want to keep your mind and your brain sharp, then please come close. You can subscribe, you can log in and join us and take this serious, because they are things that have been tested. They are all tested and they work. It's not just something that is written down in one book or the other, that is not, maybe you think it's just theory. No, these things, they work, that I'm telling you now. First, for you to improve your memory, you should know the different kinds of memory, which is the sensory, the short and the long term, and know how much information each can take. The first one doesn't take much information because it lasts like 1 to 4 seconds and you wouldn't remember what you saw anymore. Then the short term memory takes an average of 7 items in it. It's just like you trying to write or trying to dial a number. You know, you can cram 3 numbers or maybe all of them and hold it long enough for you to type it in. So it's just like 15 to 30 seconds, and it's not going to last long, and it doesn't take much things. You can't store much things. You can't take the number in your mind at once, take somebody's name or whatever and you start counting it and get up to 15 or no, that's just too much. It's between 5 and 9 objects, an average of 7 items you can put in your short-term memory, and that serves as a notepad where you filter things, where you look at things and say, oh, this one is important, this one is not, and this one I should give attention. So at that point in time, it's the attention that matters, and attention and the repetition. So if you keep revisiting it, then it will strengthen, it will go into the long-term memory. Then for you to improve your long-term memory and improve your retention and recall ability, that is the ability that you need as a student to write your exam, to apply whatever you were taught, to apply the things that you learn in school during work, is your retention ability and your recall that you need at this point in time. So how are you going to improve it? If you have been struggling with your scores, you've been struggling with your whatever you've been learning is hard for you to remember them, then listen properly. The first way to improve it, okay, let me just say it needs active engagement and rest. I can't stress it enough. It needs active engagement and rest. It's really, should I say, I don't know why people don't find it interesting listening in or coming in to join this kind of teaching, to listen, because I know, having been a teacher and taught at several levels of education, I know that so many people struggle to pass. So many people, they struggle to remember what they learn. They struggle to learn, and you haven't been taught how to learn, but you have been taught your mathematics or whatever subject, but nobody has ever, maybe you have been lucky, you're one of the luckiest ones, because when I was growing also, I wasn't taught. I had to find out these things myself, which I'm just telling you now. So if I will just say it, people that got it, that's their luck, because I won't keep repeating it. I have so many other things doing. So the first thing you should do is to actively engage with whatever you are learning, and I'm going to tell you how to actively engage, and again, to rest. The first one is spaced repetition, which means you should space your repetition, space your review. You don't keep going over and over it. The second one is for you, the second one is for you to recall. Try as much as possible to recall the things that you've learned. And how do you do that? You don't go back, or maybe you read about the mitochondria, and what does it mean again? You go back to the book to find it, you come back again, they say mitochondria. Instead of thinking, searching through your mind to see if you already know this, you go back and keep searching, like we do these days, going back to our computer to ask Google, to ask any AI that's available to you. That doesn't help your mind. So try to recall what you've learned. Try to bring it out, and if you can't recall it, please go back, then look at it again, because at this point in time, you already know, your mind is already set at picking up things that you did not pick up the first time. So it makes learning easier at this point in time. So you just go straight to it and pick up the things, then try and recall again. If you're able to do it, good and fine. Then don't stop there. For you to keep it longer in your mind, for you to retain it and be able to retrieve it, because I'll still be talking about retaining it. Now you need to start writing it. Take paper and pen and write down what you've learned, write down what you've been taught, write down that thing that you remember, and see if you can replicate the notes, if you can replicate the same idea. If after writing you know that yes, that you've been able to cover everything that you needed to cover, everything that was in whatever you studied, then go straight to saying it out. And don't take this for granted. Saying it out will help you know whether you have already made a meaning out of it, because at this point in time, you should use words that will help you understand it. Try to digest it, and try to explain it in plain, in simple terms to yourself. And as you're speaking it out, it helps it to register in your mind. You might try to teach it to a child, if there is a child, because at this point, if you're teaching it to a child, you are saying it in a way that a child will understand. So if you go that way, it will help you build, it will increase the ability of your brain to store it, so you can easily retrieve it. Even if there is no child for you to teach to, you can talk to yourself, you can teach it to yourself. You can talk to your imaginary student, you can just talk to that person and speak it out and loud and write it down. So that's about active recall. Active recall. Another thing you do with active recall is to set quizzes for yourself. You need to quiz yourself over what you have read, over what you've been taught. Maybe you were taught in class. As you came out from the class, try to set quiz. Ask yourself questions around what you've been taught before you even go to that book to read it again. Ask those questions and see how much you still retain, how much. And after that question, you go back, which is just the best way to answer essay questions. You go through the questions first before reading the essay itself. It helps you to find out immediately the things that you are looking for. So you try as much as possible to actively quiz yourself. Cover as much area as possible when you quiz yourself in that area and find the answers. So if you're able to answer those questions, then good. If you're not able to answer those questions, that's the time for you to go back and look for the answers to those questions and still increase the quizzes and answer them. So when you do this, you increase your retention ability and you're improving your recall for you to be able to withdraw or bring out what you've learned. So we've come to the end of the break time. This is another sprint time that we are focused on work, and this time please, I want you to take whatever you're working serious and put your mind to it. Your mind works better in sprints, in short sprints, just 50 minutes. Before you know it, it's not even enough doing so much things. Your brain will be rejoicing, oh, I know I'm going on break. So try it with me and see how much it works. See you again. I'll be speaking when it's 12:50. So 12:50, I'll be talking again the strategies. I will conclude the ways of improving your retention, and then we'll discuss the strategies as a student to improve your grade, to improve your retention and the ability to recall. It's not just recalling, but recalling fast and efficient. Now we've come to the end of our sprint time, so this is another time for us to speak, is the mindful break time. So if you've been working with me, this is your break time. You can take a walk, you can get a breather, and you can just go for your lunch or whatever you want to do for your break. Then if you are listening in, if you are here listening, so this is the time for us to discuss the things that we can do, the techniques to improve our retention ability and to improve our recall ability, because these things, they are very important for every student. So if you are a student, or you know any student that has been struggling with their studies, that they want to improve their studies, they want to improve their retention ability, to retain more what they learn and to be able to recall it at the right time, maybe when they need it. Because sometimes you say, oh, I know this, I think I've seen this before. So it all depends on how you store, that's how you retain, and how fast and how efficient you can recall what you have stored. So what are the ways? We've talked about the different kinds of memory: the sensory, the short-term memory, the long-term memory, which is your permanent storage system. And I've told you it's limitless, it's more efficient than any machine, any computer you can imagine. That's how efficient human brain is. So you don't underutilize your brain. Like most people will say, oh, I don't even know I can do this much with my phone. I don't even know that this function is there in my laptop, in my desktop. But let me just bring it to your notice that now, if you haven't noticed that your brain, the capacity of your brain is far bigger than any memory. It's far more efficient, but that depends on how you train your brain, just like any other muscles that we have. So if you train it where you can store limitless information in your brain and be able to retrieve it when you want it, that is how efficient human brain can be. So now I'm talking about the techniques, the ways, the things you can do to improve your retention ability and to improve your recall ability, to be able to recall very fast, to be able to recall efficiently, not just part of what you stored. So what are the ways you can do this? The first one is spaced repetition. It's not just repetition. It's not you going back to read and reread. It's not you going back to ask and re-ask your teacher, oh, you said this. Oh, what did you just say? Oh, you said this. It is you now trying as much as possible to actively involve in the repetition. It's not just repeating, but you space it and you increase the spacing over time, which means after the review, maybe after one day of the learning, you do the review. You are not going to repeat it tomorrow. You wait till next tomorrow, that's 3 days, you do another review. Then after 7 days, you see it's increasing, you do another review. Then after 14 days, after 15 days, you do another review. Maybe in 3 months, you do it again. It will take it from the short-term memory to the long-term memory. So what we are discussing now is just the active engagement part of you taking the information from your short-term memory to the long-term memory. So there is active engagement and there is rest. These two, they are all important. They are equally important in you developing your memory, in you retaining much what you have learned and being able to recall it. So for you to move it, the first thing is your repetition. The second one is attention. The third one is emotional connection, association. So we are still talking about the repetition and recall at this point in time. So if you repeat and study, the next thing you should do is to train your recall ability. So you try to recall what you've learned. You try to see if you can repeat, if you can replicate what you have learned without going back to the book or without asking again. So you try. If you're able to do it within your mind, then that's good. The next stage is for you to take your pen and paper and write it down. Try to replicate what you have read. Try to replicate your notes. Try to replicate what you have studied or the idea. So after writing it down, you see that, oh, that you've covered what you were supposed to have learned or what was in that book, then you go to the next stage. If you were not able to recall, you can go back and check it. Then if you have gotten to the stage that now you are writing it down and you see that, oh, I couldn't remember them all, because at this point in time it will tell you what you haven't been able to cover or to hold on to. So you go back to the book, you can read it at that point in time, and then come back, write it down. So after writing it down, you're able to replicate the idea, replicate the notes. Then you go to the next stage, which is you speaking it out. Say it as if there is somebody there listening to you. So say out that idea, say out what was in your mind, what you've learned. Say it out and loud. Not, I didn't say you should run it through your brain. No, say it out with your mouth. Maybe you've been looking at diffusion and you've learned about what it is. Then try to explain it in very simple language. Try to explain the keywords in it. So if you have passed through that, which is that recall, then we go to the next stage, which is what I'm going to be talking about now, which is visualization and connection. It is very important for you to visualize and connect what you have learned if you want to change your scores, if you want to improve your grades, if you want to see the results, you want it to change from whatever you've been struggling with to comfortably sitting at the top of your class or as the best in that subject, then you need to listen very carefully, because this thing I'm telling you, they are all tested and I'm sure it works. So the visualization and connection now is for you to visualize. Try to visualize what this means. In your mind, create a mind map, create a mind image of whatever you are learning. So as you are saying it, you create that image in your mind. Or they say this is diffusion. And what does this really mean, diffusion? Or they say, okay, if it is coming, this is the source and it's concentrated at this point. As it is moving forward, then other people will start smelling it like gas, like the perfume we spread. Then you start to imagine it in your mind. So create a mind map, a mind image or story of whatever you are learning. So if you're able to create that mind story, it will help you to recall it easily, because stories, we learn from stories easily. Our mind can store stories and illustration easily. So the next thing you will do is to connect whatever you have learned to real life situations or to experience. If you have personal experience that you can relate it to, that is the best. So now you've studied, you have repeated, you've perfected your recall, you can write it, you can say it loud. Now you try to visualize it. You try to create mind image of it. So the next step is for you to connect it to things that you see, things that you already know, things that are personal to you, because our minds can remember things that are connected to emotion. Yesterday I said that you can remember the embarrassing situation of maybe 10 years, but you will struggle to remember things that you were taught in class. Have you asked yourself, how does it work? It's because it is attached to emotion. So when you are learning, you have studied, you've repeated, you've recalled. Now try to connect it to things that are visual, things that you know, to things that are real life. It's easier. And it will be better if you can connect it to things that are personal to you, personal experience. Like now, so diffusion is this. I can remember when somebody applied a perfume and I nearly choked. You know, that was it, the diffusion, which means the concentration was still high from where it is. So if you're able to relate it to things that are personal to you, the next time they will ask you in class, no matter the exam pressure, and say, oh, that this is the question, you won't miss it. You can remember it easily. So we've talked about you visualizing, we talked about you repeating, recalling. So we will still talk about the other techniques. So don't lose it. After the sprint time, we go back to this. Every break, 10 minutes, I'll just use the 10 minutes and teach you and talk to you how to improve your grades, how to improve the sharpness of your mind, how to keep your mind active as a student, as a researcher, handling a lot of information, and as a lifelong learner. If you are a lifelong learner, then you need to really keep your brain working, and it will help you when you grow older. That's another thing. And as a student, it's not only passing, but if you follow the things I'm telling you now, you will see the difference in your grade. I mean, it will be glaring. You will see from you struggling to pass to you now comfortably sitting because you are sure you will pass, and it is easier than repeating and struggling. And you know, some people, they will keep reading and reading. Reading and reading wouldn't help you. You need to study smart, and that is what I'm going to be teaching you, how to study smart. So we've talked about the repetition, the spaced repetition, not just repetition. We've talked about the recall. And in the recall, also remember, you don't only write down, you speak it out and you quiz yourself. Then we've talked about visualization and emotional connection. So we are now back to our sprint time. Is our focused hour, 15 minutes time. So it's for work and it's for study. Whatever you're working on, go for it. Whatever you are studying, take it and put your focus and your energy on it. Your mind works better in sprints, short sprints. So these short sprints, let every minute count. So I will meet you again and speak to you about our topic, which is how to improve your retention and your recall ability. Once is 150. So I wish you a very productive 50 minutes. we've come to the end of this sprint time. So it's another break time. It's a mindful break time. You can take your break, or you can listen in to what I have to tell you about how to improve your retention ability, how to improve your recall ability as a student, as a lifelong learner, as someone that wants to keep his or her mind working for a very long time. So what you are listening to now is not just things that are written in books or by psychologists or by experts. These are the things that I've tried and it works. I think these are things that I experiment with during my school days, and it worked for me. It worked perfectly well. And I taught it to as many that ask, how did you manage to make that result? How did you manage to do this? So now, if you have someone that's struggling to retain what they have learned or they have studied, it is time. You just invite the person. You can tap and get your friends invited. So I'll use just these few minutes during this break time to talk to you about retaining, how to improve your retention capacity, how to increase your memory capacity to retain, and how to retrieve it fast. So you'll be looking at retaining information and retrieving and recalling it when it matters most, when you want to use it. You will need to bring it out, and that is the only way you can pass exams, because if you retain and you are not able to bring it out when it matters, then that will be a lot of struggle for you. And you see so many people, they say, I read through this, I think this question, I know it, I read through it, and they are now struggling to recall what they have read. It's not something that's uncommon. It's very common with so many people. And what I'm teaching you is what to make the difference between that student that is struggling and the student that is always at the top of the class. So if you want to be that person that is not struggling and you're always on top of your class, then it's time that you listen. So I've been speaking about it through the breaks that we've been having. We've had the break at 10, 11, 12, 1, and this is the break now that's leading us to 2. So listen attentively. How do you improve your retention capacity? How do you improve your recall, your ability to retrieve the stored information in your mind, in your brain? Because your brain is that machine, that's your storage unit, your permanent storage unit, a living storage unit, and a very powerful one at that, because your brain can store limitless information if you manage your brain, if you train your brain well. So here I'm to teach you how to train that your brain and how to improve your retention. Let's just start from improving your retention ability and your ability to retrieve what you've learned. So how do you go about that? The first thing is to engage in active engagement. It involves repetition, not just repetition, spaced repetition. The second one is to recall and practice your active recall. Then you need to also look at not just practicing active recall, but visualizing and engaging and emotional association, and your focus is very important. So when I talk about the focus, it might surprise if I say, if you want to improve your focus, you want to improve your grade, please minimize how much you do multitasking, because you need your attention to develop your retention ability and the ability to recall. But I will still tell you how you can manage to get it fast by switching between what you are learning. So we've talked about the space repetition, which means you recall, you try to review now, you give it a longer space, you review, then a much longer space to review again, to get it as your mind, as your memory is going through that curve of forgetting, then you learn it again, you review it again to take it up. So the next one we talked about was active recall. So for active recall is for you to close your book or to come out of the class that you were in and try to remember things that you were taught. try to remember the things. So after trying to remember it, if you remember it, then good, we go to the next in active recall. But if you do not, if you struggle to get the things out of your brain that you just learned, then go back, open the book and look through it, or ask the person that taught you, this is what I'm struggling with, please can you repeat this? So then again, you go out of it, close the book and try to recall. So if you're able to remember it, then we go to the next stage, which is you getting your pen and paper to write it down. So when you write it down, you see if you can replicate your notes. You see if you can replicate the idea that was in that book, or whatever you've read, or the study that you have just gone through. So if you're able to replicate it, then we go to the next stage. These are the stages you must go through to keep it in your mind. It's not all about cramming. Cramming will cramp your memory. It will fill it with so many things that it hasn't processed, so it won't keep it for long. So if you cram, you see yourself, that is when you see people, they are trying to write because they cram it. Once they miss one line out of it, they will start struggling, and they might even mess up everything. So that doesn't pay you. Cramming is not the best, but you put it through these processes, and it comes with practice. The more you do it, the faster it becomes for you to go through those stages. So if you are able to recall, then you need to write it down. If you're able to replicate your notes, or you're able to present exactly or replicate the idea that you read in that book on your notes, or whatever jotter you are using, then you go to the next stage, which is speaking it loud. So you need to talk to yourself, talk out loud what you have read. Or they said photosynthesis is this. You need to, this is not the mind replay time, it's the time for you to say it out. So if you are done with your repetition and your active recall, which after this stage now you need to quiz yourself to know that you ask yourself every possible question that you think can be asked from whatever you have read. So after that questioning, if you pass it, then that's good for you. You have done a lot at that point in time. So another stage, because it doesn't always just end in you passing an exam. If at the end of the whole thing you made a very good grade, you are going to use it to get a job. And when you get a job, let me tell you, making a good grade is not as it sounds. It's not just that glorious. At the end, you will defend that grade till the day you stop working. Because if you have made a first class, or you were maybe in a school, because both of them have seen first class or cum laude, people will always be visiting your page or trying to find out how you would defend that result. So for you to store it in longer time, so you can apply what you've learned, you need to go further. So further now, you've moved from your active recall, now you are trying to visualize it. So the visualization now is for you to try and make a mental image, or mental map, or a mental story of what you've been told. Then after you're able to make a mental note, a mental image, you make a mental story of what you've been taught, of what you learn, then you go and try and connect it, link it to things that you know. Link it, if it is an abstract thing that you've learned, try to link it to things that are physical, things that you know already. And I will say it again, you should link it to things that are personal to you, because we tend to remember more whatever is connected to emotions. So if things are personal to us, maybe an experience you've had, or something that you know very well, if you're able to link what you have learned to that, then success. You are on your way to success at that point in time. Another stage, or another technique for you to improve your retention ability, is to teach. And that is what I'll be speaking. And it's not just being a teacher. Is to teach. Sometimes it's to be to yourself, it can be to an imaginary friend, it can be to one of your classmates or whoever. So I'm going to talk to you about how this teaching works and how you can go about it. And that is another strategy that people underestimate, and it is very, very important in you improving your retention capacity and your ability to recall. So if you have been with me, we have been talking about how to improve our retention ability and our recall ability. especially for students and for researchers, those that are working with a large volume of information, or students that are preparing for exams, and you are preparing also that after school you are going to work with whatever knowledge you've gathered. So it's necessary that you improve your retention ability, that you improve your recall ability, and that is what we've been talking about. So it's past our break time again. So the next time we'll be talking about it, which we've talked about the repetition, spaced repetition. We talked about active recall and all the strategies within these techniques, and we've talked about visualization and emotional connection. So the next one will be teaching, and after that, and from this time now forward, for every break, it will be something very specific and important to me that I'll be teaching you about, on how to improve that your grade that you've been struggling with, on how to improve that your scores, improve your results. It will be a good thing when the result is out, you're already sure that yes, you passed it. You're already sure that yes, you were not struggling much, because you knew beforehand what they were giving you. So that is very important. So we speak about that once is 2:50. So I'll be speaking again, so stay with me. This is our sprint time. It's a focused work time. We are using the Pomodoro 50-10. That's 50 minutes of sprint work, of focused work, and 10 minutes of mindful break. But the twist is that during the break, I'm using it to teach students and lifelong learners, researchers, on how to improve their retention ability and recall ability. See you again, 2:50. So we've come to the end of this section of sprint time. So it's another mindful break, a break, the time we used to speak, to chat, and to improve ourselves. So at this point in time, I'll still be talking on how to improve your memory, how to improve your retention ability and your recall ability, how to improve your retention, especially if you're a student, if you are a learner, a lifelong learner, or you are a researcher handling large information. You will need to improve how much you retain. So you need to learn how to retain more information, more studies, more whatever you are doing, and how to recall it when it is time for you to use it. So we've talked about repetition, that's using spaced repetition. We've also talked about active recall. In active recall, we mentioned that you can try to remember what you read before going back to search it again if you can't remember. Then try to write it down. If you think, okay, you've memorized it or you've learned something about it, try to write it down. If you're able to replicate your notes, if you're able to replicate what's the idea on the book or the idea that you've learned, then you move forward to speaking it aloud. Then after that, after the stage, then you can try and quiz yourself, ask questions around the subject that you have just studied, around the question, around the subjects that you think, if you have been taught, ask yourself every possible question in it. If you can answer them, then you move forward to the next stage. If you can't, you can go back and check the things that you are missing. Then after that stage, we've talked about repetition, active recall. Now visual and emotional connection. Try as much as possible to visualize the subject, visualize what you are learning, visualize the idea, make a mental map, a mental story of it, make a mental image of it. That will make it to stick to your brain faster, because our brain store images faster than the writing, than the monotonous black and white things that we see. So if you're able to create a mental image of what you have studied, it will stay longer in your mind. Then we've talked about linking what you have learned to real life situation, especially if it is something personal to you, to life experience, to your personal experience. Try to link it to things that matters, like you've been taught induction, conduction, and all those terms in physics, and you know now that something that conducts heat is something that will get hot when dropped on a hot surface or in a hot thing. Then you can relate it. If you have been in the kitchen, you can relate it to your spoon, your metal spoon in your hot food. With time it will get hot if it's made of iron. So you know that that is a conductor. So try as much as possible to relate what you've learned to real life situation, especially if it is something personal to you. You remember it faster. You remember, our brain is meant to forget things, but if you keep reminding it, it is going to increase over time, the capacity. And your mind, I want to sound it, don't belittle your brain. Your brain is one of the biggest machines ever, and it's a living one. So it's developed. As you use it, it increases, and it is limitless how much it can store. It is limitless. It can store more than any computer, any memory, external memory that you have. Your mind can store far more than that. So it's left for you now to develop your brain, to learn how to learn how to retain, and to learn how to retrieve when you want it. So I'll move forward now to talk about teaching it. That's another way of you improving your retention ability. That's another way for you to improve your recall ability, because teaching has a way of reinforcing knowledge. It has a way of making you to remember. And when you are teaching, if you are teaching it to another person or to yourself, or you are talking it aloud, trying to teach, replicate, or to teach another person to understand that particular subject, you will see how much of it you know. it will be glaring. You can easily find out the gaps in knowledge, or the things you are missing, or the things that is not adding up. You can ask any teacher. You can ask yourself if you have taught before. You understand what I'm saying. You will easily find out where you are lacking, so you can go back and read it again. And another thing teaching will do for you is to help you organize your knowledge. When you are teaching, you see exactly how organized is this idea in your mind. You see, you can be jumpy if you haven't yet mastered it. And teaching has a way of reinforcing that knowledge. You can only teach what you know. And if you don't know it yet, you see exactly where you are lacking. You can go back, then beef it up, and try as much as possible to teach that subject. Are you going for exams? After reading, you have practiced your repetition, you have practiced your active recall, you have visualized it, you have linked it. This is the time for you to teach. You need to teach it, and first you need to say it in maybe keywords, simple terms that you remember. Then go further to look for who to teach. If they're asking, anybody asking, say, I don't understand this, how do I go about this? Please, it's time for you to just go straight immediately, say, I can teach you that. So it is a process of you learning also. That is, I thought sometimes, you see, even during the exam times, during my undergraduate days, I was teaching. And I learned that as I taught, I didn't need to go back and review that. The only thing I had to review are the things. If I'm talking about it, then I'll find out, oh, I don't really know much about this. Then I'll go back and read those things. And it was always a joy seeing my results. It was always a joy. For everybody that knows me, they will know it was always a joy seeing my results. But I know it might be paining some, but it doesn't matter. But it will be easier if you know how to retrieve your information, how to retain it. So you go further in this teaching by teaching it. Even if you don't have anybody, teach it to yourself. You can get pen and paper, draw it. Don't get lazy about using your pen and paper to write as a student. Don't get lazy about you writing, about you trying to demonstrate and teach yourself. It is not a waste of time. Some people, you even ask them, please, can you teach me this? You were in class when they taught this. Well, I was sick, I wasn't in class. They will be so selfish that they don't want you to pass. But they are doing themselves a lot of disservice than good thing. Because if you are teaching, if you teach at that point in time, it will easily expose what you don't know to yourself. Others might not know it, but you yourself that is teaching will know where to go back and improve. So that is what teaching will do for you. So if you have gone through teaching and now you can teach it well, if it is all about the exam, you will pass. But you need to go further if you want that to remain in your mind. Maybe during your working years, you will bring it out. Like I've told you ever, it's not all about making good grades. If you made a first class, you can call them as many as they are. If you made a first class, you made a cum laude, because both of them I have. If you made a first class, a cum laude, no matter the university you went to, you would defend that result till the day you leave your working life. So it is not all about going through the shortcuts. It is about you being stable in what you are doing. So if you retain it well, you can bring it out anytime and still apply it. It will help you develop the pathways in your brain. So I'm going to just use just a minute or two now to talk about one thing that is very important before I move forward, because we are still going to talk about it later. Another one is the interleaved study. So you don't go on studying one thing from morning till night. Oh, I have exam on chemistry. I have exam, maybe it's math 221. It's bio, this, and you keep going on and on. You're going to board your brain. You are going to really make yourself feel tired of it, because that repetition you are going through will just make you to get familiar with it without learning. But what you are trying to achieve as a student is to improve your ability to retrieve whatever you've learned very fast. And the easiest way of doing it is to interleave study. You study in blocks, different subjects of different methods. One might be logical, the other one might be something that has complex relationship, like in biology. So you go from biology, after 1 hour you go to mathematics, later you come back. So it will teach your brain how to retrieve information fast, because your brain will need to catch up when next you switch back to mathematics. And it is teaching your brain real life skill, because in real life you don't do one thing from beginning to the end of the day. In real life, you either cooking, you think about friends, you think about family, you have appointment. That is how life works. So if you are growing, or if there is no time, that is because me, I teach adult learners too, and I always say there is no time that is too late for you to learn. Your brain is a powerful machine. Even if it has been, you can wake it up, you can make it sharp. So interleaved learning, study, it helps, it sharpens it makes your brain to develop the ability to switch between tasks, to know, and it strengthens the pathways, the neural pathways. So it will bring out from logic immediately. You went back to logical things and bring back from the relationship. So it is a way to improve your ability to recall. So this is our sprint time, the last sprint time hour, the last sprint time 15 minutes of our 6 hours for this week. So I would like you to join us. So we walk during this sprint time. We are going to walk maybe 10 minutes to the end, like other breaks. I will start speaking. I might speak up to 10 minutes, 15 minutes, or 20 minutes, because I would like to cap all that we've been talking about on how to improve your retention ability, on how to improve your reading, how to study and study smart. So during this last session of our sprint time, because our brain works better in sprints, focus on what you're doing and tell your brain that yes, you soon have a break, and you see it works like magic. So I wish you a very productive 50 minutes or 1 hour, depending on how the environment is, because I believe my children, they will soon be back. So but I will still have to cap, or summarize and add the last part of it if I can. The last part of it, because I had it in my mind. These are the things that I've taught to my fellowship members. I taught these to friends, and it changed their grades. So there is no need keeping distance. So it's good others know, especially those that are struggling. It will make our world better. So see you during the next break. Okay, I think it's time I'll use the last break time, this last time, to talk to the students amongst us and those that wants to improve their retention ability and those that want to improve their recall ability. So if you are a student and you are struggling with your studies, you are struggling to learn, you are struggling to recall, especially during exam times, you are welcome, because after today your struggle is going to really minimize. But reading or studying is never an easy job, but there is a way to make it better. It's not all about hard work, it's also about working smart, studying smart. So I'll be talking to you on how to improve your retention of whatever you've learned and how to improve your recall ability. So that's what we've been saying throughout the break time. I'm going to just recap it. I will say from the beginning to where we are. And if you have a question, I think I'm now free till I get tired of it and I will just switch off. Because once it's 4 p.m., that means I've spent 6 hours already. I didn't use my break time to walk around. I took my break time to chat and to teach us how to improve our memory, how to improve ourselves as researchers. So if you want to use your brain for a long time, you want to really achieve a lifelong learning, you want to keep your brain sharp and smart, you will need to learn how to improve and retain whatever information you have gathered, how to keep the right information and how to retrieve it when it matters. And I started by looking at the types of memories that we have. There are 3 types of memory. One is the sensory, the second one is the short-term memory, and the third one is the long-term memory, which is our permanent storage unit. Like we have the storage unit in the computers. And I talked to us about how much information can be kept in each of them and the one that we use most. The first one is the sensory. That is just you passing through and you know that, oh, there is a tree there. You might forget it after a split second. So it lasts, that memory will last from like 1 second to 4 seconds. If you have students that are struggling, please, can you invite them? It's free of charge. And what I'm telling you, you might really pay to be coached. Most of us, we are taught our subject, we are taught the specialization, but nobody, I think that was for me, I don't know if there are others that are luckier, that they were taught how to understand, how to study, how to retain, and how to recall. And that is what I'm going to be teaching you. These are not just in books, but I believe that there must be people working on it too. But I went through it myself during my undergraduate days, throughout the masters, and I've been a lifelong learner. So it's not just telling you what I don't know. I think I'm qualified to teach you. And if you're a student, I want you to know life doesn't just end after you graduate. Whatever results you came out with, you are still going to work with it. And if you got a very nice result, believe what I'm telling you, you will defend that result to the end. Because if you made a first class, you made a cum laude, you came out exceptional, you know, all those results with should I say, with honors, with a lot of title, you will have to defend it till the day you leave, till the day you stop working. People want to check on you to see how much you are still growing, if it was a shortcut, and you don't want to belittle that grade. And what I'm teaching you now is going to help you improve your grade. It's going to increase the outcome, that's your results, your output in life generally. For your result as a student, you will see a clear change from where you are to what you will become after using these methods or these techniques that I'll be teaching you now. These are things I tried it myself and it worked. And I've taught it to others, and those that listened, they will tell you that yes, I never knew I could make first class. That's what one told me. And it's not that it is a magic. It's not a magic. It's something that you have to practice over and over, just like any other muscle of our body. If you exercise your brain, it will develop more. If you exercise your retention, you exercise your recall, it will improve. So we've been talking on how to improve our retention and recall. So get the students, if you have children that they are in school, they are struggling, this is the time for you to bring them, or you can listen and teach them. It's not all about crowd, it's for those that need it, and keeping it to myself doesn't make any sense. So it's good you learn it. It will make our world a better place. It will reduce the stress that some people are passing through. So how do you improve your retention, and how do you improve your recall ability? First, I will just divide it into two. The first one is active engagement, and the second one is rest. So we've been talking about the active engagement, which I'm still going to run through now. The first one is repetition, recall, then you go from that to engagement, emotional attachment, and attention. Your attention is very important. Your attention is what you need to concentrate, to focus on your work. So your attention is important. And for that, I will say something that some people might not think is a problem. Multitasking is the enemy of your memory most times. It won't help your memory. So when you want to concentrate, please don't multitask. So now let's look at those techniques that we can use to improve our retention, to improve our recall ability as students. One is repetition. I will say it now. It's not all that. It's just not repetition. It's not just you going back to read it, you going back to ask that teacher, please can you explain it again. It is about active repetition. And how does it work? It's a spaced repetition. So you go from repeating it in a shorter time, you keep increasing the length of time that you go to revise it again, till maybe now you, after the learning, after reading, after studying, you give it 1 hour. You try to review and see how much of it that you remember. Then after that, you give it a day. When you do it a day, the next one will be 3 days on the third day after the first day. Then after the third day, you go 7 days and 14 days. If you go that way, do you know what you are doing? Because our mind is fashioned in a way that it forgets things. In the short-term memory, it will hold things for like 30 seconds to 15 seconds to 30 seconds, and it will hold a maximum of like 9 things at a time and an average of 7. So you can't put so many things in it. You tend to forget. If it hasn't gone into the long-term memory, it will forget. But your long-term memory is limitless. I mean, you can put as much information as you can. You can put much more information in your brain than you can put in any computer. Yes, but the only problem is how you have exercised your brain. Have you been able to exercise your brain and strengthen the neurons, the pathways in your brain that they can store much more information? And if you haven't been doing that, it's not yet late, because it's a living machine. You can still train it to start thinking. You can still train it to start focusing and retaining. So when you practice this spaced repetition, what it does is that, you know, the forget curve that goes from the brain after 24 hours of you studying or learning. Every human being tends to forget about 70% of what you learn. That's established, an established fact, unless you go back to it to study or to review it. So if you review it, it's like when it's trying to go down, you top it. It's going down, you top it. That's how it goes. So it helps, and that is going to strengthen or reinforce what you have already in your mind. So the next technique you can use is active recall. Active recall is not just you trying to cram it and bring it back out. Active recall is you now, after reading that book or reading whatever you've been given to read, after that study, close it or take it away from sight and try to remember, try to recall all that you've studied or all that you've been taught. So if you're able to remember it, and you are confident that yes, that you have remembered everything that was taught to you, then good, you go to the next stage. because it takes stages for you to process this information and to store it. So you go to the next stage. But if you haven't, what you have achieved is that you already know that, yes, these are the areas I'm still lacking. You go back to it and now pick the key things that will help you remember. You do that till you get it, you can recall it. Once you can recall it, take pen and paper. You think you can recall it, always have your pen and paper. Even when you are trying to recall, be scribbling it. So when you are sure you can recall it, just take your pen, paper, start writing. When it comes to memory, your pen and paper, your handwriting still wins over computer, over every visual. So your handwriting helps you to register it in your brain. So you write it down. Try to see if you can replicate the notes. See if you can replicate it. It mustn't be word to word the way you were taught. It can be that now you can replicate the idea of what you learn. So you put it. If you can, then you have passed that stage. And at that point in time, I can tell you, should I say, I will be like 98% sure that you can get up to 80% of the questions if you can replicate. Then after that, you are sure now you can replicate it, you have the idea and everything that you've been taught. The next stage is for you to say it loud. You need to say it aloud as if you're talking to somebody. I'm not saying you should repeat it in your mind. Please, this is not the mind time. We already passed that stage. And don't think, since I can write it, oh, I'm not going to forget it. No. You can still forget it, because in that your long-term memory, it can hold information between 1 hour, between just an hour and a lifetime. And it takes stages to push it from that an hour to a lifetime. I know that many of us, we're not thinking about it as something we want to use for a lifetime, but you might need it maybe after 10 years. You might need that information after 5 years. So for you to push it longer, that there is no shock or whatever that will help, that will make you forget it, then you need to pass through stages to take it there. So after you have said it aloud, try to talk to yourself as if you are explaining it in simple terms, as if you are talking to a child that doesn't really understand what you are saying. You try to explain it to that child or to yourself at this point in time. So if you have gone through this stage and you have passed it and you were able to explain it to yourself or explain it to the child, the next stage is the next active record technique is to practice questioning. Quiz yourself in that area. Whatever you've read, try to quiz yourself. Ask yourself as many questions that you think that can come out from that particular study that you have done. So if you quiz yourself, you can easily find out, oh, this is the area I haven't covered. You might even think further to know, okay, there are some things I can still add, read from other sources to help me answer this question. So quizzing yourself is very important. So after quizzing yourself, the next one is to go to the next stage. We have talked about the spaced repetition. Then we've talked about the active recall. Now we are talking about visualization and association. So you try to visualize what you've learned. As you are learning that, as you are trying to study it, put it in your mind. Try to create a mental story of it. Try to create a mental image of it. Have you asked yourself, there are some things that, some stories you were told, you don't forget it easily. Unlike the things you were taught maybe in class, they told you, okay, this is just 1 hour and it's not a story. They didn't format it that way. So creating that story, that mental story, will help you to keep it longer. So create a mental image. Try to create a mental map of whatever you have studied. Then try to link it with things. Associate it with real life situations. Associate it with things that you see, things that you know. If they are abstract things, as much as possible, try to relate it to things that are in physical, and especially things that are personal to you. We tend to remember things that are attached to emotions than just logic most times. Do you know why? You can just, let's take an example. You might forget some part of your mathematics, maybe some formulas, but it will be hard for you to forget an embarrassing situation. After 10 years, you will still remember some embarrassing situation, but you might forget what you were taught in class. So when you associate things to personal experience, let's just take for instance, you are somebody that likes cooking, and now they have taught you how the conductors, this metal is a good conductor, this one is not, it's an insulator, and now you try to relate it to things that you know. When you take it to the kitchen, you say, okay, now I know if I put my iron spoon in a hot in a hot food, oh, it gets hot, which means this thing is a con. So when you relate it, if you're able to relate it and take it to that stage, it will be hard for you to forget what you have learned. So the next thing you will do from that is to go straight to teaching. At this point, teaching is something that every student, you see, you have that child that is struggling. After teaching him, or after talking to him or her, try to ask him to teach you what you have said. And if you're a student, an undergraduate student, a postgraduate student, just try what I'm telling you. Don't be selfish with teaching. You know, I went through school. So many people can be as selfish as hiding their notes. They wouldn't even want to teach you, knowing that you were not in class, and they will say, oh, I don't have time, without knowing that they are losing the opportunity to retain what they have learned, to recall it. Because teaching has a way of of reinforcing knowledge. It has a way of reminding you of the things that you read. And when you are teaching, when you take it upon yourself to teach that your classmates, to teach that person that was absent in school, you will find out exactly how much you know. It will show you the knowledge gap. It will tell you how much you know and where to go back. The person you are teaching might not know that you don't know it all, but once you start teaching that person exactly, you can pinpoint the things that are still lacking. You will go back there to pick it up. Another thing teaching will do for you is to tell you to organize, to help you organize your knowledge. If you are teaching, you will see how jumpy. Maybe if you haven't learned or mastered that concept, it will become jumpy, and in yourself say, am I supposed to teach this one before this? So it will help you to organize your thoughts. So, and if you have nobody to teach, that is not a problem. You have your imaginary friend. You can just imagine that somebody is sitting and start teaching. You can teach to yourself. You can talk. You can take pen and paper. You can get a whiteboard. You can get a blackboard, whatever kind of board, your paper, your pen. Just try to teach yourself. And as you're saying that loud, it registers faster. It reinforces the knowledge that you already have. Then another technique that you shouldn't play with is the Pomodoro techniques. This is just, should I say, is the work and rest balance technique, because it will teach you to take breaks when you are tired, and your mind, our minds, our memory, our brain works in sprints. It works better in sprints, in short sprints. So if you already told your mind, oh, after 50 minutes, like we've been doing, after 50 minutes, you are going on break, it will focus. It works faster, it works better in sprint. And don't forget to rest. It's very, very important that you don't forget to rest while reading. Don't pull all-nighter always. I didn't do it. I didn't do it, and I still came out as the best in my faculty. I mean, I didn't do it. I can't. Others are, well, if that is how they explain strength, I'm not strong. I can't do it. Pulling all-nighters, what it will do to you, we are still going to talk about it, because that is not, and it doesn't help. But when you rest, you are helping yourself to refocus. And I told you that your attention is very important. So let's go to those things that are really, really personal to me that I learned. The things that helped, which is what I'm going to be talking to you now about. So this is already 10 past, and so I'll spend 6 hours and 10 minutes already doing this, but I will still have to spend this time to talk to us about it. Another thing is the interleaved study. The interleaved study is just like you mismatching your subjects or whatever you are learning. You don't keep going on and on the same subject. If you do that, you are not helping yourself. Repetition, such repetition, what it does to you is to trick your brain into thinking, oh, I know this, because you keep repeating it. You keep repeating it. But when it matters most to bring it out, you see you can't bring it out. But this mismatch method that I'm teaching you now not only improve your retention, it helps your mind to be quick in retrieving information. You know, some people, when you ask them, it takes time for them to process information. It's not bad. Everybody work with their own at their own pace. I'm not saying it's bad, but if you want to survive exam situation where there is time that is clocking and waiting, okay, this exam is 3 hours, this exam is 1 hour, you need to think fast. You need to switch between things that you are doing. So this mismatch, this is how it works. You might go from subjects that are strictly logical like maths to something that is very complex with relationship like biology. Then you go from there to things that are like history, and then you come back to mathematics. But what you shouldn't do is to go from now you're reading this, it's just like multitasking. It's going to block the neuron pathway that it will reduce how much you're going to take in. But what you do is to study in blocks. So put it, even if it is exam time, don't go on and on and on and on the same subject. What I used to do is I will read what I have, the exam maybe in 3 days. I will read it now. So tomorrow I will read the one I have after that. Then the next tomorrow I will read. So that night or evening before I go to bed, I will revise what I have done on that one I have tomorrow, to refresh, to bring it up, to call it out. But if you keep going on one subject, what you have done, what you have succeeded in doing is to get familiar with the concept, getting yourself familiar, tricking your brain into thinking that it knows it. And when it is time to recall, you see that, yes, what you just know was just the periphery. Maybe you could just say, okay, this is the topic. That wouldn't help you. So try to mismatch. It sharpens your brain. It improves the fastness of your brain retrieving information, bringing it out when it is necessary. So we've talked about the mismatch, and I will just just talk a little about the last one. So let me just talk about the last one a little. Maybe next week we can dig deep into it, because these two, the one I just touched now and the other one, they are really deep, and I'll still going to elaborate on how they work with your brain and why you should do it and how best to use it and which subject it works best on. So the next one is using acronyms and abbreviations. I don't know if there are other students that did that, but I used it a lot and I taught it to my friends. Even those I met in school, they were like, oh, you are already very late, you came to school late. Because when my first year, I arrived late because I wasn't that too well. But the thing is that I didn't fall behind. How it works is that it is like a compressed file. It helps you compress, just like you use a compressed file, you compress complex information. And there is a way of doing it, and there is a way not to do it. If you have too many abbreviations in one subject or one course or one module, you are going to confuse yourself. And there are some subjects you use those abbreviations for, especially the things that have steps, the things that are in layers. And I will tell you the steps of finding the abbreviation for most of those things. Like if you're able to code it, you have those coding, the number coding, the letter coding. When you say RRR and it means read, ring, or whatever, based on whatever. So once you remember it, you can explain 2-3 pages just with 3 letters. Some of us that learn board mass in secondary school, you can still see, you remember what board mass is. It tells you, okay, brackets before this, or pandas. It will tell you that parentheses before this. So it's just those abbreviations. So if you learn to use your abbreviation right, you will reduce the stress, the burden. It will free your mind of so many space that you can still put many other things. And in the future, because you already created this abbreviation, it's easier for you to remember them. So I think I will stop at this point. So remember what we have talked about, how to improve our memory, how to improve our retention. I will run it down again, and if you have students that have questions, they can inbox me. Please don't send anything that is not of value. I don't have time. If you have any question about how to improve your understanding, improve your studies, improve your retention, just send it to my to my inbox. I'm going to respond. But if you don't have, please don't ask. So we've talked about spaced repetition. What it does for you is to strengthen your long-term retention. And we've talked about active recall. This one, active recall, deepens your memory and understanding. It deepens it. It makes it stronger. It strengthens the neurons, the brain neurons, the pathways. And we've talked about visualization. It enhances your memory encoding. If once you have visualized it and you associate it, it will encode it easily in your brain. What you see the picture is easier to remember than letters and numbers. Then we talked about teaching. What teaching does to you is that it will reveal gaps in knowledge. What you haven't learned, it will solidify learning, it will reinforce knowledge. And we've talked about the Pomodoro, which emphasizes rest and work time, and it teaches your brain to work in short sprints, which is very beneficial for your attention. Then we've talked about the mix match, just a little about the mismatch and how it works. How that works is that it's going to help you create more pathways in your brain that you can retrieve fast. And that is actually how real life works. Nobody stays on one subject or on one thing for a whole day. So you go from one situation to another. Now you are cooking. Next, you need to have a shower. You need to remember that you have a family. That's how the brain works also. And your brain likes such challenges. So it will challenge your brain to know how to retrieve information and to sort out information from different neural parts in your brain. So that will help you to think fast, to answer fast, to recall fast, to respond fast. And we've talked about the last one was you using acronyms and using abbreviations. And this one is very important to those that are writing exams. It works well in high pressure time. That's your best bet if you are writing the exam. Learn how to use your acronyms. Learn how to use your abbreviation. Not the one you write on your hand anyway. I mean, you just need, because it's few. You can code a whole, I used to code a whole 3 or maybe books. Before you know it, I'm just studying the code, but it's not just studying it. You need to know and understand the concept behind those code. And now, once you receive the question, it's okay, this one is the Koski, this one is the Koski, you know. Before you know it, you are answering questions, you are writing like a machine. That's how it works. So I'll be ending it here because I've already spent 6 hours. And I've spent 6 hours, 19 minutes. It has been a lovely time. So if you have anyone that's struggling to improve their studies, this is a tested. I mean, that's what, I'm not teaching you what I learned from any, this is my method. It's what I passed through. I went through it because I was thinking, how do I learn best? It's not all about learning. How does my brain work? I studied it myself, and I also use, I don't, maybe for my friends, I'm so sorry, but I also use them as an experiment because I had to teach them to learn where my gaps are and to teach them to use it to find out how best they learn. And it worked for every one of us. And for those students that I thought that were having problems, they came to me, oh, I find it difficult to learn. I have seen them because I've taught from secondary school to the university. I'm not saying what I don't know. I'm saying what I know. Many people, they find it very difficult to study. They find it very difficult to remember. They might study, they put in the hard work, but the results doesn't show the hard work. That's the truth of the matter. The problem is that they haven't learned how best they can study, and they haven't trained their mind to retain information, or they haven't gone through the best way to retain information and to record it, and record it fast and when it matters. So I will leave us at this point. If you have questions, ask. On Wednesday again, I'll be here for 6 hours. But how it works is I do my work and you do yours, because we have this Pomodoro. I'm teaching us how to focus. I'm teaching us work-life balance. So it's 50 minutes of sprint time and 10 minutes of break. So during the break time, I chat, we talk about these things we are talking about. It might be different topic next time, but I don't know. But I think I should repeat this also. I know that so many students are struggling, and there is no need me keeping this to myself. Though I'm a lifelong learner, I don't need them anymore. I'm trying to use them. I'm not hoarding it. And it will be good as a teacher to say it to other students, to say it to people that needs it, to say it to our children, to say it to the young people that are in the university that are struggling, to say it to that lifelong learner that wants to keep their brain sharp. Is very important. So you can spread it, please. Tell them to come ask their questions and let them see the difference between the way they were studying and now, and see the difference in their results. It's quite simple, but it's not easy. Studying is never easy, but now with little effort, more results. So thank you for being with me, for those that have been with me since 10 a.m. in the morning till now, and for those that were with me 10 a.m. yesterday till 4 also. So I enjoyed staying here and I enjoyed teaching. That's when they asked me while I was growing up, what are you going to be? I said, I want to be a learner. I just want to keep learning. My teacher was surprised and was like, so you're not going to work? I said, okay, I will work in a place that they learn also. That's it. So I think that's motivated me to be what I am today, a teacher. That's it. Whether I'm working in the university, I still call myself a teacher. So get those students, get those that wants to learn, and I'll teach them how to learn. So I will see you again Wednesday on this topic. Bye for now.